You need your headset on, Chris. That's all the way around. Hit restart and then play on with the mouse. Other side. Put it on backwards, Chris.
How's that?
Good evening and welcome to the Queen's Club for the final day of the 2025 British Open. My name is Ben Gazenbeek. I'm joined tonight by the venerable Chris Ronaldson. How are you doing tonight, Chris?
Well, I was doing all right until I was called venerable.
We have the doubles final ahead tonight with John Lumley and Vaughan Hamilton, the second seeds, taking on Rob Fahey and Nick Howell. A couple of talking points ahead of tonight's final. I think we can get to the finalists shortly, but looking back further into the earlier stages of the draw, I've had quite a few close results, some 5-setters, some 4-setters. What's jumped out at you, Chris?
I was very intrigued by the match which John Woods Casey played in the doubles.
With Josh Dodgson against Robert Shakeman and Leon Smart in the...
Actually, it was the next round.
Yeah, in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
Or against Hamilton and Lumley.
Against Hamilton and Lumley, because I thought Josh played very well. I hadn't seen him play that well. He was a very promising junior here quite a long time ago, but he sort of went into the wilderness a little bit, and this is the first time I've seen him this year produce this sort of form.
We saw him a lot, especially coming up that main wall on the hazard end, playing a lot of volleys quite high up the court, which is not necessarily in the textbook.
No. Spectacular, yeah.
Spectacular stuff, and once again, there's a lot of Radley players coming through the draw as well.
Yes, all in the same section of the draw, actually.
We've had Ned Batston, Benedict Yorston, and Henry Henneman, who's just turned pro down at the Oratory. What's been in the water at Radley that's been able to produce such talented players coming through?
I think having Nino there, who's enthusiastic and able to and willing to practice with anybody, any of these young people who show keen, I think that's been the critical thing. And now, of course, he's got Bertie Vallett, who's just come up to Oxford, who will be practicing with as well, so he might kick on a bit too.
Picking out some of the other matches, we had a 5-setter in this semi-final that lasted 4 hours between Rob Fahey and Nick Howell against Bryn Sayers and Ben Taylor-Matthews, two pairs we have seen pairing up a bit more regularly. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That was Sayers and Matthews against Gale and Williams, again still two pairs that we've seen somewhat regularly. Neither of those pairs really able to put the ball away. What about the Queen's Court makes it difficult to play and find those winners and those targets, or was it just the players involved?
I think it's just the players involved. Doubles tactics has certainly changed in the last few years from what I've seen. There's much more from the service end playing balls at medium pace only, high onto the main wall, so they might go in the grill and might hit the timbre, and in all cases if they hit the timbre they end up deep in the forehand corner at the hazard end. And that's a shot which never used to be played 20 years ago. If people had an easy ball this end, they're always peppering it.
Is that going to be something that's going to become a theme going forwards, these longer matches which are harder to kill? Or are we going to see still the players which can bring out the big volleys, the big forces, do well in these doubles tournaments?
Yeah, I think you'll see less of that tonight, because I think especially when Rob and Nicky are down the hazard end, I think they're going to do a lot of forcing. I think the problem for Lumley and Hamilton is going to be trying to prevent that forcing, because there's a couple of big hitters down there.
Coming to the Hamilton-Lumley pairing, this is perhaps not John's first choice in partner, but is the one that he's got nonetheless, because John will be playing with Vergona in the world doubles, but Vergona's not here. How has Vaughan impressed you over this tournament?
I only really got to know him in the last couple of years, and he's had some terrific results in that time. I think it's benefited him enormously to be going to work with Levi Gale at Preston Hall. I think both of those players have come on greatly. I like the way he plays. I like his style. He is going to be examined tonight pretty intensely.
And so I guess it's not something we're used to seeing at the top level of real tennis, where you have a very well established top 4 or 5 player partnering with somebody outside of the top 20. Can you remember any other instances of that happening? Because it's rather quite rare.
Yes, that has happened, and it usually happens because of an injury or an illness. Because, for instance, a few years ago, Camden Revere ended up short of a partner, and at the last minute ended up playing with my son Ben, who was retired really as then, and they almost got to the final. They went to 5 sets in the semi-final. So it does happen, but usually because of an injury or a last minute.
I think the one that stands out for me in that category is about 20 years ago, Tim Chisholm taking Camden under his wing for the first time as well, in the 2005 US Open doubles, and saying he's a promising, an aspiring young player going to partner up and go deep and make the finals. So the other pair tonight, Nick Howell and Rob Fahey, we've seen them play together. What would you be expecting from that partnership tonight?
A great deal of camaraderie and a lot of forcing. I'm not anticipating too much subtlety.
Fair enough. Well, all through the finals of the British Open this year, we have brought you a segment from my interview with Claire Fahey, which I conducted over the summer. Tonight will be part 4 of that interview, where I asked Claire about the changes that have happened to women's tennis over 2025, both with the World Championship format change and with the women coming to the British Open at Queen's. So we'll go to that now.
So 2025 is arguably the biggest year in women's real tennis for decades, insofar as the format for the World Championship has changed for the first time, and that the Women's British Open is to be played at Queen's Club for the first time in over 25 years. I want to talk a bit about the behind the scenes and a bit about the experience actually playing it. So firstly, with the World Championship format change, what were the steps and what were the discussions that took place in order to get that to happen?
It had been rumbling on for years, this idea of changing the format from a full draw to, some people wanted a challenge, and a bit like the men with the, can you do the race points, can you have 4, how you reduce the draw. There were loads of different things floated around, and this is going back maybe to 2019, 2017. So it's not like this has just been thought of now. And arguably some rules were changed, but just not enough. It was very much still in its original format, with a couple of kind of asterisks here to say, I think maybe I started a few more rounds through, or if you were under this, etc. So the real catalyst, I suppose, we had a great week here. We had to use Hardwick as well for all the social stuff. So it was a great event. But after that, everyone is still talking about what is best for women's tennis, and is the World Championship, as it's always been sold as a carnival of tennis. So as long as I played in it, it was, which in one sense is beautiful, because it's a chance for women from all around the world who play this game to come and celebrate together. And there's always been, a great Australian contingent who are just flying over, popping champagne on their first match, etc., etc. But actually, when you look at the title of the event and go, this is the Ladies World Championship, is this what we want it to be? and all of the top players, certainly everyone in the top 10 was kind of quite adamant that actually no, especially now you've got everything like the streaming, etc. You know, what you're putting out to the world and what you are, you know, presenting as the very best of women's tennis needs to be the very best of women's tennis. And so I actually can't believe it happened, but it did, which is phenomenal in itself, because there's a funny, in the 2-year change from one world championship to the next in that cycle, you basically have a year of everyone going, oh, thank goodness, we don't have to think about it. And then you have a year of everyone going, where's it going to be? Oh, well, we can't possibly change the rules now because we don't have enough time. And so there was just enough conversation midway through both of those to go, hey, if we change the rules now, we can get this done. And yeah, some people who are happy to put their names on the line, to step out of the box, to bring women's tennis out of history is pretty special. So, you know, to have that support, and we've never had that before. You know, I think from various, I suppose, historic events that have happened, there has been a lot of resistance to the change of those rules. And, you know, in someone's eyes, that is completely justifiable. But as you're sitting as trying to move the tennis forwards, you're looking at it saying, well, we need to do something. So, yeah, couldn't be more thrilled with the change, and all of the people and organisations that had that done.
Having now got to the other side and seen it in practice, do you think it is a better advertisement for women's tennis and a better target to motivate the women who are coming through to want to play in it and want to be able to qualify for it?
Absolutely. I think it ticked all those boxes that we wanted it to do. So, because a lot of the resistance is saying, well, it puts people off because it cuts them out. Well, actually, really, what it should do, it should encourage and it should inspire. So, and the fact that you are then a part of a very elite group that have qualified to play in this, and you can tell your friends and family, I'm one of, 8, 6, whoever have made this championship, versus a matter of anyone can play, so it really does add a huge a weight to it, which it deserves, right? It's a world title, but it's never quite had that before. And I think towards the latter stages, it always has. But in the format that we had a match every day to qualify for the next one, and then the final being a best of 5, totally new dynamic. Obviously, I'm going to say this because I came off the victor, but it was brilliant. It was brilliant, and it was, I would say that's probably one of my greatest achievements in the game to this date, is playing in the last world title match.
And then moving across to the British Open as well. Seacourt has hosted it for the better part of 3 decades, a couple of times at Morton or a couple of times at Holyport. What difference does it make to have the Women's Open in the UK being played at Queen's?
I think it's hard to argue that Queen's is not the most prestigious, or if not one of the most prestigious venues in the UK, right? It has so much there, and so much great history with tennis, real tennis, etc. It's hard for someone to argue that it's not. Seacourt have done a phenomenal job. You say almost 3 decades. It's remarkable to have it, and they've always been really supportive of it. But again, it's a matter of going, what can we do to really thrust women's tennis into the spotlight? And if someone's has an opportunity to put it on a stage like the Queen's Club, alongside the Open, it's an opportunity which you just could be a game changer. And I would love for the repercussion of that to be that we have a whole different audience that are either seeing it on the stream, but actually seeing it at the club, and hopefully lots of young girls who are also seeing it, and going, I could do that too.
What do you say to the people who suggest that seeing plus handicap men followed by 20 handicap women is a detriment to the women?
You could argue that about they're going to watch 10 handicap, 9, 8 men, women play, and then you're going to watch the best. I don't think anyone is ever looking at the first round matches and going, they're not very good. It's obviously there's a bigger step up as you go throughout any tournament. But I actually think it's a great opportunity for the women's tennis to stand on their own 2 feet and say, look how good we are. You know, it's a totally different style, especially from the very top boys who will be, you know, thumping that ball past and lots of walls and lots of hard hitting. This is a lot more finesse, touch, skill, and I actually think it will be in sometimes more watchable. It's more classic, as the game perhaps was X many years ago. So yeah, I'm not sure that will be a comment I'll hear.
So how did we get to this point of having the Open at Queen's? What kind of stuff happened behind the scenes from your perspective to get here?
Well, thankfully, Ben, you did those videos back in French Open, the interviews, which was great timing, as they all came out, you know, to say, hey, actually, again, all the top women are in favour of having the Women's Open alongside the Open, because there's lots of bonuses and promotional, etc., and hopefully sponsorship that we can package our sport together instead of a smaller, I would never say an afterthought, but a much smaller production, let's say. So I think that was really the catalyst, because I'm not sure that was really vocalised. You know, Seacourt have done a great job, and you know, so no one's saying, oh, we need to move. But when everyone starts to think about, oh, actually, it'd be really great to have these 2 great events together and what that could do for the sport, then things started to happen. And so, but there's so many things that needed to line up with that. So again, you've got to get commitment from Queen's, from the T&RA, from the organisers of the Open to the LRTA, everyone to line up to say, yes, we can do this. Again, remarkably, it has happened, and we're here. And so it is it's a pretty exciting year to be a part of women's tennis. And I think, you know, I'm lucky because I've had the opportunity to step on that court to play in the Opens and have that opportunity to play at Queen's Club. And I'm really excited that the other women in the game will get that opportunity to do so too. You know, it's like the opportunity to step in at Wimbledon, really, which, yeah, I think it's really special.
Well, great to hear from Claire there about her thoughts about the British Open and the World Championships, and earlier in the week about her full career. We'll have the full unedited version of that interview up online on the T&RA Media YouTube channel over the next few weeks. Chris, what have you made of the women playing here this week?
Sorry, what would you say?
What have you made of the women playing here this week?
I think it's a good thing in general. I didn't think it worked quite as well having the doubles final after the men's double semis.
Yep.
I think that could have been in the morning, but other than that, I think it's fine.
The women have played here on 3 previous occasions in the 1980s, the first time won by a certain Mrs. Leslie Ronaldson. Can you remember anything about those
Yes,
instances?
I can. And I can also remember why it tended to fail in those stages, why it was considered not a good idea, because they had matching timetables, so that, for instance, men's quarterfinals was on at the same time as the women's quarterfinals, and you would switch from the equivalent of a Lumley against Howell to, I remember on my particular occasion, two ladies who were both over 55, and the dead-on immediately emptied, and people thought that was not very good. So, but the women's game has picked up so much since then, and the scheduling is so much better now that I think it is working much better.
Yeah, and we've got a live chat coming in from Mike Carter saying, but Chris, you generally are venerable, don't mind it. As we move on to the match in front of us, we have the players on court preparing their warm-ups now. At the receiving end, Rob Fahey and Nick Howell. Rob Fahey, age 57, 3 years into his retirement now. Still out here competing.
Amazing.
Chris, did you have an official retirement, or did you just... because I know you played in the 2010 British Open, age 61, coming through the qualifying at Radley.
Oh yes. What was your question? Did I ever play Rob?
Did you announce a retirement, or did it just kind of peter out?
No, I announced my retirement. I played in a match in the French Open in 1993 and lost it, and I said that's it, and I hung up my racket, and I only played in the British Open qualifiers because it happened to be at Radley.
Partnering with Nick Howell, Rob and Nick have been playing together for a number of years now, both at the Opens and at the World Doubles Championships. Just end up seeming to refine each other, even if they do experiment with some different partners every now and then.
Left-handed shot by Rob there.
Their opponents tonight, John Lumley and Vaughan Hamilton.
Yeah, isn't this a wonderful opportunity for Vaughan? He must be so excited. Really playing with the big boys now.
Well, I think it's the case that a lot of these younger guys perhaps get to taste the big stage of a final a little bit. Usually at the French Open doubles or the Australian Open doubles, where the draws are perhaps a little bit weaker. But for Vaughan to have to come out here and perform on arguably one of the top 3 doubles stages in the world game, along with the US Open and the World Doubles, is going to be a real step up for him.
Terrific opportunity, yeah.
So he was the semi-finalist at the French Open this year, but this is one step still further. And
he's reducing the average age of the players on court by some margin.
I mean, John's still pretty young. Another...
John's 33 now.
33, as we see on the screen there. He spent some time at Radley with you, if I recall correctly, as well.
Yes, he started as my assistant in September 2010, had 3 years with me. By the way, his father was my assistant 35 years earlier in Melbourne. So I've known quite a lot about the Lumley family.
Sister Tara winning the doubles draw on Sunday. At that time, did he look like the kind of player who would push on to become the world number 2 and challenge for world championships in the singles?
Yes, it's always been the case that John has never really had someone younger than him trouble him. So he's always felt that, well, you know, if I just keep going, then everyone else is going to eventually fall off the hill and I'll be left. I think he was fortunate in that regard, because it became a general take it quite so seriously. Fortunately, we're past that stage now. It's curious. Rob's racket makes a different noise from everybody else's.
Yeah, is it his own racket, or has he borrowed Claire's again?
I think it's slightly more in the middle than anybody else.
Bit chilly on court tonight. All players still in their warm-up sweaters except Vaughan, who's gone with the double blue sleeves. Are we going to be able to get a prediction out of you for tonight, Chris?
Going to be able to?
Get a prediction out of you for tonight?
I don't think so, no. I'd like to keep myself reasonably popular in all quarters.
So, we've talked about where you've seen or saw Lumley come through. We've talked a bit about where you saw Vaughan come through. But what about Nick Howell? Because he grew up at the Oratory. You must have seen him coming through as a junior as well.
Yes, I remember him well as a junior. He didn't really start taking the game seriously until he gave up his ambitions to be a golf pro, because he was an outstanding golf player and he wanted to try and make it in that sport. So it wasn't until he was in his mid-20s that he started playing this game seriously. He always knew how to play, of course, but he wasn't really... But he's done particularly well the last few years, because most people thought going to Aiken, where there wasn't much practice, would be a challenge, but...
I think the thing that's particularly helped out Nick from being at Aiken is he's been able to really enjoy the buy-in of the membership down there, and perhaps in a way that he didn't in Bordeaux, but may have done so when he was the junior in Royal Melbourne.
Yes.
He's been able to raise the funds through the club for both legs of his eliminators. One leg of the eliminator last year to put on the IRTPA players and really bring a bit of the attention of the tennis community to Aiken, which has been key in supporting the development of the top American players, more so the American-born players, over the past 50 years or so.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, things are exciting in America at the moment, more so, frankly, than they are in this country.
So Mark,
it was a curious move, by the way, his going to Bordeaux. I know he was born in Bordeaux, Nicky, so he always had a soft spot for it. But it was a curious move, I thought, at the time, because he went there just after COVID.
Yeah, I think a lot of pros particularly struggled around that era, and you've got no more court income coming in, there's no one to play. Anyway.
Yeah.
25, after two fantastic semi-finals on Sunday, we are left with number 1 seeds against the number 2 seeds. Both finalists from yesterday are here again, but they brought a friend. Making a debut in the British Open final, we have Rob Fahey. No, been here before. We have Vaughan Hamilton from Preston Hall. Who is playing with John Lumley at the receiver side, and serving we have Nicky Howell and Rob Fahey. This is the best of 5 6-game sets. First set, Rob to serve, John to receive, love all.
Here we go.
$15 up. It's worse than a yard, 15 low.
very noticeable that Nick Howell in particular is keeping the pace down at this end.
Love.
As we change ends for the first time, it's always interesting to see when Rob plays doubles these days, how they set up at the service end. Because sometimes he'll play back, especially in some of the big points, but other times he'll happily float around up at the galleries.
Yeah, he's chosen to serve the bobble this time. I wondered if they were going to play server up. In events where he's still playing in the singles, he often plays up the galleries to preserve some energy for the singles, but he doesn't have anything to conserve now.
So we'll see Lumley serving for the first time, going for the high serve that he served through most of the singles final.
Chase off.
Chase off called on worse than a yard.
Our marker today is someone you're quite familiar with, Ben Ronaldson.
Yes, I don't know why they wheeled an old guy out like that.
Oh.
Rare error from Fahey. Hamilton getting a good touch of the ball up there in the
The only person
galleries.
who hasn't made a mistake so far is Vaughan.
Oh.
Lumley choosing to hit through Howell on towards the tab instead of going around him trying to get on the main wall, just took the time out of him.
That's a lucky one, isn't it?
Chase the last gallery. Juice.
Never seems to happen at Radley because it just goes straight out of the court. Howell leaves that for a hazard better than half a yard chase. As you say, I think Vaughan's been adapting to the situation quite well tonight so far.
Yes, doesn't seem overawed at all.
I think one of the things as this match goes on to watch, especially if he and Lumley go behind on the scoreboard,
Juice, the first chase is the last
Vaughan
gallery.
has shown a propensity for the wheels to kind of fall off as the scoreboard pressure builds, so it's going to be key for John to keep his energy up and spirits up. Last gallery of the chase. Lumley had the winning gallery covered the first time, but not the second.
Advantage, Hazard better than half a yard. Hazard.
As Nick Howell rings the bell for the first time. Hazard better than half a yard to come. Tactics discussion with Nick. Let's see a drag serve. As Hamilton floats that one into the dead on as well. Still in the first game here at the British Open doubles final. That one's just hit the out of court area off the back penthouse. Advantage to the receivers to get on the board for the first game. Nick Howell does not miss his second opportunity at the winning gallery.
And the early indications are that this is going to be a game that's won from the service end. Almost all the points so far have been scored from this end.
Oh.
First serves for Nick Howell in this match. It's the first ball that
15 left.
Vaughan's really missed this whole match.
Second gallery, 15 love. Stroke. 15 all.
It's a clever shot between the players at the service end.
Vaughan Hamilton strikes the dead on, gets it past the former world champion.
30-15.
Very appreciative crowd tonight so far. So, Chris, I was going to ask you, as we saw
40-15 chase the second gallery.
earlier in that that game, Rob served the drag serve on the hazard chase. Now, a lot of the players, the theory in singles is you serve the railroad on the hazard chases to try and prevent the ball coming into the galleries. How does doubles differ in your serving strategy on a hazard chase?
Well, I think the number one thing you're worried about when you're playing a hazard chase is the galleries. But the number two is serving too deep, so it's a
Servers
force,
lead, chase the
which
second
goes out to
gallery.
second gallery. So I think by serving something which is short and tight, he's covering both options there. Having a player up at the galleries to defend the majority of them, it helps anyway.
Second gallery. Oh.
Can safely let that one go as Hamilton and Lumley take the first game of, well, their first game of the doubles final. Lumley, Nicky Howell found himself in the hazards there from the ball off the back wall. The theory is you shouldn't force that down the middle of the court for safety reasons. It had to go wide onto the main wall. So that one goes out to a hazard chase as well.
Thank you. Hazard better than two.
It's the polite thing to do is not to be forcing straight from the hazards.
Correct.
Though there's no official sanction if you do, is there?
No, it's just frowned upon. I suppose if it was repeated, Mark would give a warning, but he has no power, I think, to stop play.
So better than 3 the first chase. Can't leave that one go. It's one of those unwritten rules that become frowned upon if you do it, like serving boomerangs these days.
Yeah, I don't go along with that boomerang rule anyway. Oh, back.
Nick Howell pushing very high up the court on the hazard chase.
Nicky Howell.
Playing several volleys from in front of the first gallery line. Gets the job done for the number 1 seeds. Wide open side of the court there. Hamilton saw that Howell had moved across and slots that one straight into the dead on. His 3rd of the match.
(40-15).
That one just finding
2 games to 1.
the grill by a few inches. 2-1 now to the first seeds.
First gallery, no strokes.
I think one of the things that is impressing me so far is just how well Rob is reading this court.
Always has.
Spent some time here as a pro about 15 years ago.
Rob did?
Yeah.
I think that was in the early 90s. That's 30 odd years ago.
Did he spend some time again after he started dating Claire?
As a working employed here?
Yeah, as a touring pro. Or am I
Oh, he may have been
misremembering
as a touring
completely?
pro, yes.
Yeah. Did not quite get a hold of that one.
30.
Still no pair able to break away to a big advantage in this match.
Oh. (40-30) chase the first gap.
Just to return to your question of the boomerang and other like rules, I'm a great believer that you should legislate for things, not leave it up to players' agreements to do it. So I think I personally wouldn't legislate against the boomerang. I'd just make the conditions impossible to do it, just by polishing a tiny little bit of the back penthouse in the corner there, and then it just eliminates the problem. And as regards forcing from inside the hazard area, just say if you do it, here's a penalty. So that would stop it.
40-30, receivers lead, chase the first gallery.
Chance for a 3-1 lead. First gallery the chase.
It kept low, didn't it?
Just came out of the nick. Rob playing for something that would have come up about a foot higher. Hamilton excelling at the gallery position, really not showing like he's a zero handicapper at all. Lumley with eyes on the winning gallery the first time around, overhit it too deep, but gets the finish on the second shot. 2-all in the first set.
Yeah, there have been too many high forces from the top seeds, haven't there?
Not much they can do to defend against that. Vaughan taking the grill on the lob. It's not the biggest dead on here in Queens.
15 left.
No, it's surprising how much the dead on size varies around the world.
Oh. And second gallery.
Not as small as Westwood or Radley, but definitely on the squatter side, the shorter side here.
Oxford's a pretty small one as well, in keeping with the rest of the court.
15 low.
Fontaineblau's a very big one,
Receiver
even though they
lead.
bricked up
First
some of the
chase is
sides.
The last gallery.
That was in preparation for the 2008 World Championship.
Last gallery.
So last gallery and second gallery to play off. Starting with the last gallery. Howell getting caught down the backhand side, having to play that previous volley on his forehand. Didn't quite get back across in time to cover the ball onto the forehand.
Very noticeable how the servers are keeping the pace down when they're at this end.
Certainly not the pace down from the other end. That
40,
one
50.
perhaps a little bit slower than the other ones he's been hitting, but definitely caught Howell out. interception from Fahey from the middle of the
30,
court.
40.
Again, a strong angle across and making it difficult for Lumley and Hamilton. Main wall force coming in from John Lumley, their fourth of the match.
2. Love. $15 all.
Second seeds playing a very
30,
mature
15.
game here, waiting for their opportunities. Great court awareness there by Rob Fahey.
30 all.
We're going to have a short drop out of the coverage in a second. For technical reasons, we'll come back to you as soon as we can. Oh, another one kept low. So opportunity to go 4 games to 2 up. Gone begging. Let's see if they get another chance. Great angle there from John Lumley.
Chase better than 2, juice. Sorry, time please.
Yeah, apologies, viewers, for the slight interruption due to the technical difficulties here at the Queen's Club, but we are back.
But Lumley and Hamilton have forced another game point for a 4-2 lead.
Fahey shaping up to play that one to the galleries. Steps aside a little bit more, floats it down the line with a bit of side on it.
First gallery, juice.
So we're still playing cat and mouse in this set.
Vaughan Hamilton doing the job, but Fahey coming forward. Hamilton ducking under the net, putting the racket up in hope.
Yeah, I think he should have left it. There's one chase down already. He was going to have to change ends at the end of that point in any case. And he risked losing his teeth.
I think with his experience level and playing on this stage, he just wants to thrash at anything he can. He's proving that he has the ability to match it with these players. Don't often see the drag serve from Nick Howell.
3 games all.
3-all here in the first set of the British Open doubles final. Desperate retrieving from Lumley, got them back into that rally, and then it was only a matter of time before they could find the finish. A few balls onto the penthouse early gave Nick and Rob the advantage, but John was just too good in that backhand corner. What a shot from Vaughan with the double-handed backhand.
40 love.
How slow off the mark to chase that dead to the back into the backhand corner. 40 love now to Vaughan and John.
Bet up the second gallery.
Leave that for a hazard. Chris, why do you think we're seeing so many of the forces go up onto the penthouse right now?
Yep. I have been impressed the way Vaughan hasn't been overawed, intimidated. He's certainly shown he belongs in this match, hasn't he?
He does, but I think
it's early days, I know.
It's early days, but they've really been put under pressure by that first ball from John going onto the penthouse, and then Nicky getting one away, and then having to fight back into the rally.
Service lead, hazard better.
But they're getting the job done so far.
Hazard chase.
Points for a 4-3 lead with a hazard chase in the bank.
$15.40.
His eyes got a bit big on that one, trying to volley that from the centre of the court. Could have been really, really good, but I think John had it covered behind him.
He found the angle there, didn't he?
So Vaughan Hamilton and John Lumley take the 7th game, 4-3 up in the first set. Finding a great angle onto that wall, getting Fahey
I'm not
caught
sure
up
Rob
on
should have been up there from that angle.
Out of the way of that one, out for a hazard chase. Howell misses the force into the net. All of a sudden, points for 5-3. Tell me what you mean by you don't think Rob should have been there.
Well, the general thinking in doubles is that if the ball is in the backhand corner at the service end, then the player in front of the grille should come forwards. But if it's the forehand corner, you stay back, because the timbre more predictable for your partner then. I didn't think that ball was quite far enough cross court to be going up.
Hazard worse than second gallery. Points for a 5-3 lead.
There we go.
And there they have it. Hamilton and Lumley 5-3, one game away from the first set.
That's game 5 games to 3.
Discussion between the number 1 seeds. Fahey changing his mind on the serve.
That was a great volley by Vaughan, wasn't it?
15 love.
Howell feathered it down the line, but Hamilton was there to cover. Nicky just missing his shots in the last few minutes. A few unforced errors creeping into his game. Rob's going to want to step.
Yes, I wonder
now
if his
quickly.
confidence was knocked a bit by the singles final yesterday.
Has it better than the first gallery? 15 all.
Who'd be happier about a bet better than first hazard in the game situation?
It's interesting, isn't it? I think they need a chase. That's a clever shot.
30-15.
Up and out of court, 30 all in the 5-3 game,
30 all.
with one chase pending.
That's a measured shot, wasn't it?
Hamilton taking the last gallery chase. So Chris, tell me about Rob Fahey's underarm twist serve. Because I think he's one of the few players who doesn't try and put his underarm twist onto the sidewall nearly as much as some of the other players who serve that serve.
Yes, 40 or 50 years ago, when people said the underarm twist, it never went on, almost never went onto the sidewall.
30 all.
The younger players do it routinely now. It's a little bit harder to volley than the regular sidewall.
Has a chance.
But Rob's still got enough of the old school left in him.
So 30 all has it better than the first gallery.
Railroad serve, but Vaughan going up.
Lost the chase.
Gonna lose the chase.
A couple of inches.
40-30. Chase the
Chase was
last
hazard
gallery.
better than first.
Oh.
Like that kind of sidewall.
Yeah, it's harder to volley.
So Howell and Fahey bring it back to 4-5 in the first set. But they're down the hazard end.
Chase the second gallery.
Very short serve.
Mistress.
Gave Howell plenty of options on the galleries.
Oh.
Yeah, that may have been slightly inexperienced by Vaughan. If you serve that short, it's a floor shot, and they're going to be going for galleries. He could have got up there.
Gone up into the spectators' galleries. Someone might throw it down in the
Gone to
set.
court too, I think.
May have well done so.
Thank you.
Wait
15 love.
for the phone to stop ringing. One popping out of the back wall. We caught Lumley off guard.
Time. Well, faults.
Called fault, so second serve. Fantastic finish from Vaughan Hamilton, taking the pace out of the volley, getting the ball to bounce twice just into the stroke area.
Advantage of not hitting it quite cleanly.
Lumley just staring at that corner. It's beat him a few times.
Yeah, I've been watching carefully where these balls hit the sidewall in that volley. If they hit between 3 and 5 on this court, that's where it's worst, toughest. Set point.
Fahey with the no-look volley, can't pull it off, so set point to the number 2 seeds. It's been a fantastic display of tennis so far tonight. With some of the highest quality doubles we've seen of the tournament so far.
40-30, Receivers lead. Chase
A
the
worthy
second gap.
final for the faithful here at the Queen's Club. Set point. Second gallery.
Oh.
I wonder how nervous Vaughan will be now. For last gallery.
Down the middle
There it
instead,
is.
but it is good enough. Vaughan Hamilton and John Lumley have a one-set lead in the British Open doubles final.
And
Terrific
that's the
stuff.
first set, 6 games to 4.
So what do you do to change things around if you're
Okay,
Fahey and Howell?
sets, Rob to serve, John to receive. Level.
I think that unforced error count needs to come down,
15
especially
up.
from Nick. Normally you'd think also
30.
on paper Vaughan's the weaker player, but he's playing exceptionally well tonight. There's no free points being given away there. Another one finds the dead on from the racket of John Lumley.
30.
6 dead-ons to 0.
Had it covered, couldn't execute.
15.
Not a shot that you naturally play or practice all that often as a right-hander.
Chase more than he outworks
So-
the last gallery.
So Ben, I have a question for you. I've made no secret of the fact that I consider Rob Fahey the best player of all time, among some excellent candidates. His doubles handicap at the moment has just improved to plus 2.9, having been plus 1.7. Why is it so different from his singles? Why is... In fact, I've noticed, looking at the records, that almost no one's doubles handicap at the top level, except Tim Chisholm, is as good as their singles handicap. Why is it that people don't achieve the plus 15s in doubles?
40-15 receivers lead. Chase more than a yard worse than the last gallop.
You're the big RTO man. Know all the stats.
I'll tell you my thoughts in a moment.
Out of court.
Unlucky. Good effort, John.
Game 1, game to love.
So Fahey and Howell take the first game of the second set.
Go.
That's a great volley.
15 love. all.
Oh, it's going to lose the point.
30-15.
Back penthouse sliding on the
Doesn't happen very often.
top of the side penthouse, falling the wrong side of the net. On doubles handicaps, I think part of the reason why is that doubles is less hierarchical than singles.
Less
hierarchical. You get less. You get more upsets in doubles than you do in singles.
But do you not find it extraordinary that Rob Fahey, in the middle of this year, had a doubles handicap of plus 1.7?
Oh, I do, yes.
Extraordinary.
Oh.
Well played, John Lumley.
Jeez. Jeez, the last gallery. Jeez.
So I think part of it is because you're playing not just at the big opens, you're playing a lot of smaller tournaments like the FLM Super League, like National League in America, the Pell Cup, and so on, where Rob will play with partners that wouldn't necessarily be his choosing, with the 5 or a 6 handicapper, just because of the nature of the way that particular tournament works.
Last gallery.
And so that brings his handicap up and pulls him into the range of having a result more at those tournaments where he's not necessarily trying as hard. And then the second part is that the adjustment factors are calibrated for singles, not doubles. Doubles, you have a lot less 6-love sets than in singles. So I'm not sure the adjustments are being made correctly, but that's a whole different topic.
Lost the chase in game. 2 games to love, second set.
Very interesting. Clever shot. So Lumley and Hamilton need to be careful that the set doesn't run away from them very quickly.
Fantastic finish from Lumley. Yeah, I think this is the kind of situation especially where Vaughan has to be careful, because once he starts to get behind, he can really throw it away. Saw it in the final of the US Pro Satellite earlier in the year. We've seen it at the category A's of
30-15.
if he gets behind in the match, then it's lights out. John's got to keep him interested.
Well, John Lumley has many strengths. One of them, probably his best strength, is imperturbability. He's just unflappable. Never gets upset with markers' decisions or bad bounces, just gets on with it.
Was his father like that?
No. His father was also left-handed. There's quite a lot different about them. His mother was quite unflappable. My lawyer has advised me not to say anything about that.
Our producer just asking Chris about his opinion on left-handers, and Chris responding with a firm no comment.
Well, fortunately for me, we don't have a left-hander on court today.
First chase.
So 30-all, second gallery here, 2-love in the second set to Fahey and Howell, having lost the first. Haven't seen much of Hamilton and Lumley at the service end this set yet. Another question for you, Chris, is Vaughan getting too close in his positioning to the sidewall? So because that one is the hazard first gallery to beat the chase.
Advantage.
I appreciate he's not giving you a chance to properly observe him into that fact. Is he getting too close to the sidewall?
Well, I had noticed that. What I've noticed about Vaughan is he needs to keep the pace down when he's at the service end.
Very difficult to do anything with that ball that's just hugging against the tambour wall.
Advantage.
Fantastic couple of gets from Rob Fahey off the battery wall, high timber battery wall. He'll step inside it, he'll hit a winner.
Amazing athleticism for a 57-year-old, or for anyone actually.
Here's the second gallery. Juice. Hazard. Better than two chases.
At this level of doubles play, Chris, how high should the gallery player be getting?
It depends, of course, whether the ball's cross-court or up the wall. If the ball's close to the winning gallery, then there's no point in being up there at all. Perhaps at 4 and 5, so you can cover the reverse post. And the further cross-court it goes, the more gallery you want to cover. You probably want to always pay the door in the first gallery, so the furthest you should ever get really is the door line.
Juice, the first chase is the second gallery.
But if there's one chase down, I would concede the galleries.
I'll play both back.
Yeah, if there's one chase down. Only threaten to go up there. Interesting how Rob started off with the bobble on the first serve, but has abandoned that for the moment.
We'll see it on his second serve, second gallery, the chase.
Advantage, hazard better than 2. Hazard.
Going to get another bobble, are we? Bad drag, rather.
Chase was hazard better than 2. The call of leave it came in. It would have been a very risky leave, but
No, he couldn't leave that. It's an interesting drag, that, because he's only chipping it up there. He's not really spinning it, is he?
no, just keeping it very close to the edge of the bottom edge of the penthouse. Steps in and takes the winning gallery off the ball from the net's eyelet. Their third winning gallery of the match.
And Rob's first. Well, he meant that, didn't he?
Yes, that drag that he's serving, it's not one that I can recall seeing him bring out in any World Championships or anything like that. Have you seen it before from him?
No. No.
That's not the comment.
Advantage
That's not the thing.
receivers,
That's not
the
the thing.
last gallery. Okay, 3 games to love.
3 games to love to the top seeds.
15 all.
Goes the lob. Hits the rafters here at Queen's.
30-50, yeah.
John Lumley finding the last winning gallery as well. Fist pump from him as they try and stay alive in this second set. Fantastic finish from Vaughan there. Chance to get on the board. It's not an easy shot to play at all. Kicks up off the back wall. Misread from Howell. Advantage back to the servers.
Lovely touch.
Fahey maintaining a very, very high position. Lumley trying to get past him.
He's worse than 2 advantage.
But with a controlled volley down the main wall, I think it's only from watching on, the true 15 plus handicaps who can get that much control over their volley. I think Rob and Tim and Cam.
Yeah. Being able to cushion the volley like that's very difficult.
I think we saw, I saw Cam play that shot particularly well at the French Open all through last year. He was just able to just completely take the pace out of the ball, get it to bounce twice before the back wall. Chisholm's been doing it for many a year.
Worse than 2.
Leave that one.
Juice.
No need to get anywhere near that. Back to Juice. Desperation stuff from Nick Howell, keeping him alive, but Fahey comes across to the middle of the court to finish the ball with the volley.
suddenly it's 4-love.
And game 4 games to love, second set.
As you so often ask your members, Chris, what changed?
Although there were a few in the last game, I think that Fahey and Howell are hitting much less on the penthouse than they did in the first set. Well played, John Lumley.
Was the rally of the match. Fahey nearly getting taken out by Howell to move across the centre of the court. Lumley up defending the winning gallery.
15 love.
Vaughan in with the volleys as well, all happening at Queen's Club.
all.
Wonderful serve.
Not often you see an ace at this level, especially against the world number 2.
No chase.
This set disappearing fast from Hamilton and Lumley. At what point, Chris, do they try and...
Do they start thinking about switching the serve?
Yeah, exactly.
It certainly should cross their minds.
Another one on target from Nick Howell, this time ball getting a racket on it, but the ball still ends up in the same place. That said, switching the receivers would put Vaughan onto Rob's serve, which may or may not be a good thing.
If the obverse of that is, of course, if the servers do get ahead in this game or the next one, do they deliberately concede a chase to try and win it from the hazard end?
Big drill from Rob. We saw Josh Dodgson fail to win a hazard chase with a pound serve earlier in the tournament. It's gone out of court. Set points, number 1 seeds.
Are they considering just conceding it?
Don't think that's in their vocabulary. A set point saved. shot after shot after shot. Lumley and Hamilton on the attack. Can't break through until finally an error from Nick Howell. Back to Juice.
Hazard worse than the first gallery.
Tickles over for a hazard chase, so number one seeds to at least go back down the receiving end once. That one up here in our commentary position, Chris Ronaldson diving to get out of the way of it. In the live chat, Jerry Mumford, what a great final so far. Couldn't agree with you more, Jerry.
So this is a pretty good opportunity for the top seeds here. Not only are they a set point up with a very good chase from their point of view of the hazard chase, but if they win this point, they stay down the hazard end and keep the serving as it is, and able to keep the momentum going.
Do you think if Hamilton and Lumley had been in the receiving end, is a 6-love set always switch receivers?
No, not always, if there's a reason not to, but you do want to break the momentum somehow. Either you could change tactics or change receivers.
Didn't seem to have crossed their minds to try and preserve that that hazard end. They were up and playing the ball from the hazards. They were searching for the galleries a little bit, so not a consideration for them so far. Set point number 2, hazard worse than first.
And there it is.
So Nick Howell, Rob Fahey take the set. 1-set-all here in the British Open doubles final.
If you are going to change your tactics, you should do it right at the start of the set. In the 2018 World Championship, Rob was losing the second set 4-love, and he kept on doing the same losing tactics, and then suddenly switched at the start of the 11th set.
Right, gentlemen, who's serving?
Terrific
John to
awareness.
serve. Third set, Lovell. Rob to receive. Lovell. Hook. It's the last gallery. No straight. Second gallery, 2 chases.
So stats from the second set. Half an hour in all. That point serve statistic continues to favour Fahey and Howell. Perhaps a bit less so than it did in the first set, but winning 69% of their serves.
No strokes. The first chase is the last gallery. Won the chase. 15-love chased the second gallery.
Two points in a row, Lumley's found the gap.
15-30.
This is where Vaughan's
cut.
really going to be feeling the pressure.
30.
It's where Vaughan's really going to be feeling the pressure. He's just lost a set 6 love. On paper, the weakest player on court.
Lumley and Vaughan
30.
do touch fists occasionally, but I don't think John's verbally encouraging him very much. A little bit more pace from John Lumley there.
Advantage. Juice. Has it better than the second gallery? Juice.
John Lumley definitely hitting the ball a little bit harder this game. He's got to do something to stop the rot here. But of course that's not what you need to do when you're the service end. In general, the servers need to keep the pace low and the receivers try and keep the pace high.
Advantage
So
service.
there's a battle of
Has
wits
it
going on.
chased better than the second gallery? Has it? Juice.
There's
Two
that
big
shot.
dead-ons from Rob there.
That shot we've seen so many times on this court over the years.
That's 7 games in a
One
row.
love. Time, please. Time. Sorry. Thank you. Go. 15 left. All.
Rob happy to take the first gallery chase. Get down the service end again. They've looked so strong so far in the second and third sets.
Tight against the wall there.
40-15, chase the first gallery.
So Chris, this will be just the second British Open doubles final since 2017 that will have gone to 4 sets.
Will it?
The other one being the 2022 final, which John played with Camden against Tim Chisholm and Bryn Sayers.
Chase the first gallery.
In the live chat, Sissy Sullivan watching from Aiken. Good to have you with us, Sissy.
Advantage.
Bourne going through a bit of a wobbly patch here. Not easy for the youngster.
This is where it's very key for Lumley to help right the ship.
Trademark Rob Fahey volley.
Okay, 2 games to love. 30. It's the last gallery. No strokes.
What a finish from John Lumley. Really out of position, had to get around it with a double-hander and just found the Queen's Club logo on the side of the wall. Short, pulling Nick out of position. 15-love up in the third
I
game.
think Nick didn't think it was coming over, did he?
No, Nick gives up on balls quite quickly. He can find himself a bit flat-footed. Tries the behind the back, but
30.
cannot pull it off.
Chase the last gallery.
So we've got a live chat from the World Tonies. Has John ever beaten Rob in a match at Queen's? The answer is yes. He beat him in the 2021 Open in the semi-final,
yes.
On his way to winning that Open. And he's also beaten him twice in the doubles once in 2019 in straight sets, partner in Camden against Rob and Nick, and the other in 2016, partnering Ben Taylor Matthews, and Rob played with James Stout. That was a 4-set match. James Hamilton also in the live chat. Great commentary, guys. Thanks. You're welcome, James. Glad to have you with us as we are 2-love in the 3rd set.
15:40. Time, please.
Does help when you're partnering Camden if you want to beat Rob. Could that be the spark that brings Vaughan Hamilton back into this match? They take their first game out of 9.
There was a slight lack of concentration at the start from the top seeds there, and let's see if they can get it back.
15 love.
Just managed to stay in court. Hamilton's last volley clipping the top of the net out for a hazard. Nick Howell with main wall dead on. So, Chris, a question for you. John, in the lead up to this, found himself without a partner because Steve Goner injured his wrist at the French Open and was unable to play, who'd be his normal partner. Why do you think he gave Vaughan the call up of all the players he could have picked?
I think by the time he found out that, most of the pairings had already been arranged.
Well, indeed, Vaughan had already arranged a partnership with John Woods Casey as well. So.
I know in the case of Nino Marola, for instance, who he might well have chosen, because Nino's got a good doubles record, that Nino felt he was committed to Zach Edel.
Great heat from John Lumley there, catching Nick out at the galleries. 15-40. That just goes to show the extreme amount of control that Rob Fahey has on the ball. Every time he touched the ball in that rally, it was pure gold. 3-1 up now for the first seeds. Rob's positioning on the court there has come across the centre line to the forehand side. Can't believe he missed that last volley. Throws his head back in agony.
A very short wobble that. Got what it deserved.
30.
It's fair enough to serve the bobble onto the receiver's volley, but not that short.
Or that.
40 love.
Rare poor service game from Rob Fahey keeps the number 2 seeds interested in this third set.
Game 2 games to 3. Oh.
I'm still getting very close to being clobbered in the back of the head.
15 all. Last gallery.
Giving away the last gallery there to John Lumley. 15 all in the 6th game. Fantastic play from Lumley up the court. Nick managed to get the first one back, but could only spoon it straight back to the world number 2, who gets the second one away.
The second one was a railroad volley.
So last gallery of the chase here, you're watching the British Open doubles final, the last of the matches here at Queen's for the fortnight. We have a very interesting prospect building here into the third set. The number 2 seeds, John Lumley and Vaughan Hamilton, slowly re-establishing themselves, having dropped the second 6 love.
40-15, chase the last gallery.
Rare miss from John Lumley.
All the house galleries to aim for. Very powerful backwall boast by John Lumley there. No avail.
Don't try this at home. Fabulous volley from Vaughan Hamilton, keeping himself safe by ducking under the net, but keeping his racket high and getting the winner. The crowd really appreciated that shot. Key moments here in the third set. And again, Vaughan Hamilton at the net,
Advantage.
providing the goods. He's come good again. Another loose serve from Vaughan gave the advantage straight away to Nick Howell.
Juice.
Gets the job done after a couple of strokes.
Advantage.
That's a great width again.
Yeah, Nick is right. That's game 4 games to 2.
Big yes from Rob Fahey.
Felt like it was a big game, didn't it?
Yeah. Could that be the moment? Rob Fahey is up for this.
15 up. Chase worse than the second gallery.
We're taking
15 up.
a bit of an edge on the way up, back down the penthouse. Fahey does well.
All.
That's a wonderful serve.
30-15. Worse than two chases.
It's interesting, Ben, comparing the heights of the serves, the high serves that Nicky and John do. Nicky's go right up near the rafters, whereas John's are only perhaps 2/3 of the way up.
Do you think John should be hitting them higher?
Well, he's had more success than Nicky's had with that serve. So I think if you're trying to get them too high, maybe you lose a bit of control.
30-15, receivers lead. First chase is worse than the second gallery.
So worse than the second gallery here. 30-15 to the receivers. 2-4 down. And needing to get back in the set if they want to progress in the match.
Chase worse than 2. Lost the chase. 30-40.
Rob calling Nick off for that one. I don't think there was any chance he was going to consider hitting that. Coming a bit squarer than Nick Howell was expecting. Catching him in the gut. 3 games to 4.
Hazard 1 and 2.
Receiver's lucky to get away with a hazard out of that one.
Stop. 15 love.
And Chris Foley.
So Chris, why don't we see many railroads here at Queen's?
Yeah. 2 chases.
There are a few courts
15
with
love.
railroad doesn't seem to work as well as other places. Seacourt's another one that's famous. They just don't, you can't make them hug the wall as regularly as you can on some other courts. Newport, for instance, is a court very good for railroads.
15 love, servers lead. The first
Do you think it makes more dynamic tennis
1 and 2. Hazard chase.
to have the railroad be neutralised by the court?
I think it's also partly because you have that
15 love
bobble
servers. Hazard 1 and 2.
over the winning gallery, that other serves are more appealing.
Oh.
Had to play it because it was a hazard chase, and he finds the drill very effectively, Vaughan Hamilton.
30 love, chase a yard.
With chase a yard pending, great chance to bring this back towards 4-all. Chase was worse than a yard. Excellent play by Rob Fahey to keep that rally alive.
15-30.
Showing he's still got the legs to get up there. Fahey doing all the work down this main wall. He is keen to put his name back on an honours board.
Chase, better than 2. 30. Oh. Gallery 2 chases.
Fahey comes back down the serving end, fired up to win this match.
30 all, the first chase is better than 2.
He's already got 2 trophies in 2025, why not a third?
Better than 2. Lost the chase. 40-30, chase the second gallery.
Dug that game out, didn't they?
That worse than a yard chase earlier in that rally which Fahey won. Could that be the difference in the match?
Some great forehand volleys by Rob
15
there.
love.
That's his signature shot.
all. Worse than the last gallery, 15 all.
Fahey trying to flick that one back over, but still too far up the court. 15-all with one chase now.
And chase worse than 4.
Thought about it a second time.
Perhaps not moving quite as well as before. I've been tempted to say something slightly derogatory about the combined age of the top seeds at 97, but then I reflected that the combined age of the commentators is a bit more than that, and of which you're not making much contribution.
All chase nearly a yard worse than the last gap.
Age notwithstanding, sitting on the precipice of a 2-1 lead in the British Open doubles final.
Lost the chase. 30-15.
Howell pushing up the court, getting the volley onto the frame, not quite able to beat the chase with it.
And this is a tougher chase at worse than 4. Well played.
Vaughan Hamilton really holding his own here.
40-15.
It's to bring it back to 4-5. Fantastic serve by Lumley, had the advantage all the way through the rally, right until that very last ball,
40-15.
where Nick was able to pinch it out of the air and put it down the forehand side. So we see the replay of the one that he lost the first chase. So better than 3 to come. Just a couple of points away from taking this third set for a 2-1 lead.
40-15 receivers. Chase better than 3.
Fantastic coverage from John Lumley. Vaughan Hamilton pressed against the temper to get out of the way of the ball.
But did Rob need to play?
4 games to 5.
So 4-5. Vaughan Hamilton with the dead on, main ball dead on now.
15 luck.
Called not up, the ball earlier on taking the outside edge of the last gallery. Faded well, but Hamilton strong.
all.
Not quite over the line. Big come on, Nikki from Rob Fahey.
30-15.
What a serve to bring up set points. 2 and 3 Chase still to attack, but should they lose it, they'll have another set point in the bank. What are you serving on 2 and 3, Chris?
Something short. Rather short or good length, preferably good length, but not onto the back wall.
Rob Fahey, Nick Howell, up the hazard end, Chase 2 and 3 to attack. Set point. First one had it covered. Nick Howell putting the next one in the net.
30-40.
Second set point. What a way to deal with set points.
Juice.
As we head to juice. Fabulous work from John Lumley from the back of the court, taking on 2 of the world's best players on a 2v1. Brings up the point for 5-all.
And that's game.
So, we go to a deciding game in the third set.
So Ben, do you think it's the case that whoever wins this game wins the match?
Probably. It's odds on, high serve.
Love.
Nervy error from Vaughan.
Again, that half height, high serve, wasn't it?
2 errors from Vaughan. 30 love now to Fahey and Howell. Much better from Vaughan Hamilton. Puts to rest those 2 errors and takes a big volley.
Amazing pickup from Nikki though.
This set still could go anywhere. Lumley and Hamilton still have the serve, even though they're 30-15 down.
Five all, 30 all.
30.
High serve which saw Rob on the charge. Pushing Lumley side to side as they bring up their third set point. 40-30 up in the 11th game. that does it. Nick Howell, Rob Fahey take the third set. Rob giving Nick a big pat on the back, saying, well done, partner.
Yeah, sure, Nick, thank you.
Got through those difficult
Quite
phases.
unusual winning a deciding 11th game entirely from the hazard end.
Not an easy thing to do, as we see the stats from the third set. The service end becoming the less desirable place in that set. Serves one drops below 50% for both players. But Rob Fahey, Nick Howell able to get it done on the chaser's laid statistic. A very even set, just 1 point in it. Even winning the set, having won fewer points. So we go into the fourth. Where are you seeing this fourth set go? What do Vaughan and John need to accomplish here?
Quick start, first of all. And of course they don't have the opportunity of switching the serves either.
Lumley choosing between his 4 rackets.
Okay, this is the fourth set. Receivers lead by 2 sets to 1. Who's serving? John to serve, Rob to receive. Fourth set, Lovell.
Same configuration we've had the entire match.
Chase the second gallery. No strokes.
Unintentional boomerang.
50 love.
Big finish from Nick Howell.
John looks like he can run all day though, doesn't he? Clever shot, clever change of pace.
It was always the case that the top players put as much focus on the strength and conditioning side of things, Chris? Was it always the case that top players put as much focus on strength and conditioning, being able to last this distance in a match?
And better than 6. Second gallery and better than 6. 30.
How much fitness work did you do in your day?
Well, we used to do quite a lot of fitness. We didn't used to do anything like the amount of weight training that the modern players, especially someone like Rob, do. The strength side of things is much more important now. Of course, back 40 or 50 years ago, it wasn't possible to hit the ball as hard anyway because of the state of the frames, racket frames, and also because we're using gut strings. So the emphasis is much more on cut and much less on forcing. So with the modern game, they need to have better conditioning.
30-15, second gallery chase.
Going to cover the hazard galleries.
Vaughan had the first one covered, but the second one off the high timber, just not able to get a racket behind it at all. Better than 6 the next chase, 40-15, number 1 seeds. The chance to break away in this fourth set. So Rob Fahey and Nick Howell take a 1-love lead in the 4th set.
Chase, better than the door. 15 love.
Rob was slightly put off by his partner there.
Chase 2 and 3, 2 chases.
So Chris, when Rob first came and played this tournament, the British Open doubles, came up against Lockie Dukar and Wayne Davies in the peak of their powers, what made them so effective as a doubles pair?
They were brash Australians, as offensive as they come, you know. No, they had great self-belief, and they were, at the time, ranked in both of them ranked in the top 3 in the world.
First chase is better than the door.
Not much you can do about that.
30 all, chase 2 and 3.
Don't serve deep.
Again, just rolling out of the nick on the back wall, finding a dead spot.
40-30.
Needs to stay alive with the set and the match. Absolutely outstanding real tennis.
An example of why this is the best game in the world.
Hey, 1 game all, 4th set.
All of that for just 1 point.
Chase 4 and 5, no strips.
Lumley's really putting in a big shift here at the service end. Having to do a lot of work to cover both sides of the court.
15 love. All. Oh.
Stepping away to cover the full PK. Server's definitely not out of this match. Especially if Lumley keeps playing like he is.
Second gallery.
Fahey expected the PK, ends up only being a demi PK. Yeah, so back on Lockie and Wayne. Because they were also competing quite viciously for a singles world championship. Were they able to put their differences between them aside on the doubles court?
Oh yes, absolutely, yes, they were. They'd followed on immediately from another great doubles pair of Norwood Cripps and Alan Lovell, who in their day were almost unbeatable as well.
I think this crowd are very keen for a fifth set.
Chase the second gallery.
Really enjoying the tennis.
Game 2 games to 1.
Probably worth saying that Davies and Duco were the first people to truly understand the differences in the modern materials and how you could hit the ball much harder. They had certainly more emphasis on pace and less on cut.
Out of court. 15 left. Time.
very quick game there to get back to 2-all.
Game, 2 games all.
This fourth set well and truly on.
John Lumley checks his grip before every point he plays.
For the longest time he had a smartwatch on that he would click after every point as well. He's not worn that this week. Discussions happening between Fahey and Howell.
Another drag.
The tennis keeps getting better and better. Rob Fahey turning up the heat with those big volleys from the centre of the court. Finds the winner in the end. 30-40 in the fifth game. Always likes a tidy court. And we're back to deuce.
2-all deuce.
This fourth set proving to be a tight one. Great shot down the line by Nick. He didn't want to go the backhand across to Lumley, instead put it on the forehand instead, getting the winner.
Please.
slight misread there.
Advantage. Ball up.
Yeah, having to come forward and play that on the run, never going to be easy. Best result there was really only going to be in the net or onto the side penthouse. Maybe at best a hazard first gallery. Advantage receivers, 2-all.
Deuce.
Thank you.
This set waiting for someone to break it open. Lumley takes the second gallery chase. They'll come down the service end shortly.
Second gallery, juice.
He's given up that second gallery chase on a couple of occasions now. So, Chris, finishing on the discussion about Wayne and Lockie, you said that they improved the game after taking advantage of the technology. What prompted the change of the technology? Why did we move away from the gut strings, and how did the rackets get better? What was providing the impetus for that?
Well, the first thing that happened was that Grays decided to change the shape of their racket. Instead of having a convex neck, they made it a concave one, and that added greatly to the stiffness of the racket and the durability. So it meant you could hit the ball harder. And then the advent of synthetic string really became because the gut became so expensive. And it was discovered that the synthetic string,
Chase the second gap.
although it didn't last as long, you could string it at least twice as tight.
2-all, juice, second gallery, the chase.
Oh. Advantage chase worse than 2.
Worse than 2, the chase. Goes to beat it on the floor and gets the good length for it. That cut volley been so effective over the years. Ooh, almost had it too. Hamilton right on the net there. Standing on chase the line to play that shot. So Lumley and Hamilton take the lead in the fourth set. 3-2 up now.
Service good, just check the penthouse. And that's game. 2 games to 3. Yep, that is the rule. Well,
Receives contesting whether that was a valid serve or not. It appeared not to hit the penthouse, but it must have grazed it somewhere.
That's what Mark thought. I thought it missed it as well. John just not able to find the target. It's had a shot at the winning and a pot at the grill. Fahey shows him how it's done by hitting last gallery.
That was an outrageous volley by Rob there. Half volley off the temple.
He has a habit of playing outrageous shots.
And half a yard. 2 chases. Yeah, I'll happily take that actually, gentlemen, because I really couldn't see that. Thank you.
Comment in the live chat from Dan Warboys, chasing the hazard. Fantastic doubles match again. This Open keeps giving and giving with the doubles play on display. Question for Chris. Who has been his favourite doubles pairing to watch?
Good question.
That was, we're going back.
'Got plenty to choose from.
50 loves, Trevor's lead, first chase is last gallop. 17, last gallop. All chase better than 3. $30.15.
How is he finding the dead on from there?
30 all.
Strikes the bottom corner cross court, 30 all. So Chris, best doubles pairing you've seen?
I think it would have to be Chisholm and Revere, but in fact it could be Chisholm and anybody. It's a bit like that famous quote at lawn tennis when someone asked Peter Fleming who was the best doubles player ever. He said, McEnroe and anybody.
Tim Chisholm missing this British Open.
Server's lead chased a yard better than the second gap.
So I don't really understand why. He's only 56.
He's still having to do a lot of work at the back of the court. Covering it well, but might it be just a bit too much?
I think he can run all day.
Nick finds another dead on. So, all even here in this fourth set, 3-all.
15 all.
Another fantastic finish from John Lumley.
30-15.
Beating both the opponents in one single shot. 30-15 up in the 7th game.
Yeah, 30-50.
That cut volley is so effective from Fahey.
It kept low, didn't it?
And the line.
This time goes the other side. Vaughan kind of gave up on it, but Nick able to find the line gallery. Going to have another question in the live chat for Chris, coming from Azizul. Question for Chris: how would someone like Etchebaster fare against this kind of hard hitting?
I think if you took Pierre Etchebaster at his best and just put him blind into a match like that, he'd struggle. If you give him a couple of years to practice against it, I think he'd be fantastic.
Did well, but not quite well enough on chase 2. Now I've got chase the line coming in. Another drag serve. John Lumley steps in and hammers the volley. Beats Nick Howell on the floor. 40-30 up. Marker are judging that as having hit the second gallery post. I thought it hit the bando above the second gallery myself. What did you see there, Chris?
Well, the marker's always right, especially when he's your son.
Thought that would give extra excuse for it not to be right. So 40-30, second gallery chase now. Lumley and Hamilton desperately want this to go to a 5th. I'm having to do all the work. Vaughan in the second gallery chase with the ball in the forehand corner, hovering around the yard worse than last line. 4-3 though. Oh, great disguise from Vaughan. Shaped to go towards the tambour, instead went under the winning gallery. Vaughan's doing well not to take himself out of the game. Lumley's doing so much work at the back of the court that Vaughan, when he does have to make his interventions, is making them count. 30-15 up. 4-3 up, 4th set. Prospects of a 5th set grow larger. critical point for Vaughan and John.
Oh.
Could do better than a serve like that right now. And they take the game 5-3 up now in the fourth set to Vaughan Hamilton and John Lumley, the second seeds,
5 games to 3.
as they seek to force it to a fifth. He somehow got that over the net.
No stress.
No control on it at all, but everything counts. That one's over too. Well done, Vaughan Hamilton.
I think you might be slightly underestimating Vaughan's service. You think he keeps serving short. I think he's serving deliberately short.
Okay.
If he serves to a good length, it's going to get volleyed. If he serves deep, it's going to get forced. And those are two of Nicky's strengths. So I think he'd rather serve short and have Nicky cutting the ball on the floor. Then that sets up the sort of rally that those guys want.
No strokes. The first chase is Hazard.
Well, in any case, Lumley's defensive play really solid in that rally.
Rob set.
2 Hazard chases to play.
Hazard set.
No strokes in the 9th game. And Hamilton finds the dead on. Out of nowhere.
Hazard chase better than the door.
Another Hazard chase. Still with the drag serve.
Oh.
Don't think Rob served a railroad this whole tournament. Demi PK deep. Lumley up to it. 30 love up, 2 points away from the 4th set. So, set point now to force it into a 5th set.
14-15.
Manages to muscle that over on the high backhand volley in to chase the door. Definitely a result there for Hamilton and Lumley. Looking in the live chat now, Darcy Blaber, come on, John and Vaughan. Valor Scott Getty, it's a tough role being second string, keep it there, Vaughan. As we were at set point in the 4th set.
40-15 servers chase the door.
First set point saved by Rob Fahey as he creeps up the court with
Wonderful hands.
increasingly impressive volleys. Second set point. millimetres away from the set.
Thank you. Hazard worse than 2. 30-40.
Vaughan having a bite of banana.
Receivers lead. Hazard chase worse than 2. Hazard.
Still set point.
Oh my God, Rob Fahey. What else can this man do? Saves the set point with the most incredible volleys you'll ever see. Great from Vaughan. Another dead on straight down the forehand side. Third set point. So John Lumley and Vaughan Hamilton take the set for the first time in 12 years. The British Open doubles final heads for a fifth.
2 sets all. Fifth and final set.
And whatever happens this set, I think Vaughan's done enough to show that he's going to be around for the next decade or so. We're going to see a lot of him.
Yeah, there's always a question mark coming into this tournament. How will he perform? But I think he's put any of those questions to bed. Into the fifth.
That's a clever shot.
Great speed from Lumley on the yours call, but Fahey too good. Not going to miss a shot like that. Just trickles over. Rob's still happy to take it. Rob is creeping across more and more often from that gallery position. Standing on that central line around last gallery.
And the last gallery, 2 chases. Gentlemen, could we get the balls, please? Thank you.
As we collect the balls, we'll have a look at the stats from the fifth set. 40 minutes in total. Again, very, very small margins between the two. What jumps out at you, Chris?
Yeah. Minutes.
Anything at all?
No, well, I'm trying to find a correlation between points won and points served. I can't see it.
So hazard the line. Fahey missed the first attempt, got it on the second, but Hamilton, too strong, gets the grill.
13-30 chase the last gap.
Oh, very unfortunate. Hamilton furious with himself that he couldn't muscle that ball over the net. Nick Howell climbing the wall now. Gets jammed up against it, can't pull off the Rob Fahey special. Between the leg shot from Vaughan Hamilton, but Lumley able to deliver. Back to deuce again.
Chase the second gallery. Deuce. Advantage, chase the second gap.
Another question in the live chat coming in from Dave Rhodes. Newbie question. How many spectators can they squeeze in there? I'm guessing sight lines are challenging. There's several vantage points here at the Queen's Club. We've got about 4 rows in the...
It's about 120 in all, isn't it?
Dead on, yeah. We've got 4 rows in dead on. We've got the members bar upstairs, which can fit about another 20. We've got these 2 rows of standing room right at the back at the top. So you can fit 120 to 150 depending on how well you squeeze them in.
That was Rob getting away with a terrible serve there.
As that one goes over, getting further confirmation in the live chat from Susie Faulkner at World Championships. There's 140 that can fit around the Queen's Club.
Thank you, Susie.
Susie Faulkner, the chair of the IRTPA and the IWCC, the latter organisation in charge of organising the World Championships. As Rob and Nikki clash their rackets trying to hit that volley, I guess it's better that both of them go for it rather than neither of them.
Susie Faulkner's been the chief executive of the IRTPA for, I think, 23 years now. Done an amazing job. Amazing.
If I remember correctly, the IWCC came around about the same time that Rob gave up some of the rights associated with being singles world champion.
Yep, that's when it switched to the new system in 2002, yeah.
Chase the second gallop.
That one just short of the service line on the Penthouse. Rapid force from Nick Howell. Ball back up at the Penthouse, lined up, looked like he might go for it again, but instead the cut shot down to Lumley's forehand side beat him.
A bit of momentum here.
What a volley from Vaughan Hamilton. Saw it like a watermelon.
30-40.
And hit it very sweet.
Oh. Tired looking shot.
Brought it back from 40 love down to deuce. What a retrieval from John Lumley. All that preparation work that went into the World Championships is paying off now here at the British Open doubles final. A rare miss from Nick Howell. And having stared down the barrel of a 2-love deficit at 1 love 40 love, Vaughan Hamilton, John Lumley bring the 5th set back to 1-all. Short serve. Fahey tried to play it off his toes. 15-all. That's hit the top of the timbre on the out of court line. Narrow margins here in the 5th set. Up into the lights.
40-30.
Chance now for John and Vaughan to take the lead. So they do it, 2-1 lead now to the number 2 seeds.
2 games to 1.
And that's what Nick Howell is so good at.
30.
Being able to strike that dead on from anywhere. Rapid pace. Small margins coming into effect once again. 40 love, all from the hazard end. Rob down playing that volley on the single knee. Nick tosses his racket in the air in frustration.
Oh, very sharp volley.
30-40. Chase the second gallery. 34.
Yeah, there's
What's the explanation for the absence from this tournament of the US based giants, Vigona and Riviere and Chisholm?
So Vigona broke his wrist in the French Open final, in the singles final. He was paid in a cast in the doubles, and had already booked his flight to Aiken to play the championships, but didn't want to risk coming over here for it. Riviere, I think I know why he's not here, but I don't want to say so on commentary for fear that I might be wrong and give away a factual error. And then Chisholm, once Riviere wasn't coming, Chisholm wasn't going to come either. That isn't to say we haven't had a quality field here this week. 2-all.
love.
Vaughan can't believe that not up call. 15 love, Fahey, Howell.
Chase the second gallery. 15 love.
Just took a bit too much of the back penthouse there. Came off, gave Lumley the room he needed to hit that gallery chase.
So what percentage of the players in this event have been using greys as opposed to wayward rackets? Do you have a feel for that? I know a lot of the top players are using wayward these days, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Camden is, John is. They both play with wayward rackets in the World Championship final. John Woods Casey from Australia is, but still a lot of the British-based pros will use and stock predominantly greys. Lewis Williams is the main exception of the UK-based players. But greys has a pretty loyal following in the UK.
Yeah, and it's good to have two frontline manufacturers, isn't it?
Have you hit with one, Chris?
Only for a couple of minutes, but
Okay, sorry, thank you then. Last gallery, thank you.
didn't make me any faster around the court.
It's just clipped the out of court line on the serve. Second serve, juice.
One of the pros I work with at Radley is Alex Machin, who does use a wayward racket, and he swears by them. But then he's a left-hander.
United receivers chase the last gallery.
Yeah, I think they've probably got more of a chance of pushing through in the US market and the Australian market, just because the loyalty to greys in the UK is so strong.
Double shot.
Has the second to win the chase. Back to deuce. Tough ball there, jammed up against the back wall.
Well,
Perhaps could have played a bit more percentage tennis there. Didn't need to be a winner. Deuce again, third deuce. Who will seize the initiative now? Very calmly takes the gallery chase, saw that Rob wasn't too far forward, not taking the risk of playing that shot compared to leaving the hazard chase. Excellent serve, very tight. Just the wrong side of the hazard second gallery post.
hazard second's not such a bad option when you're one chase down already.
Where do you think the neutral chase length is in singles compared to doubles, or doubles compared to singles?
The first chase is the second gallery.
Doubles probably worse than second?
Hazard worse than second.
Oh, sorry, hazard chase. No, second worse than second.
Fahey on the gallery defence. Looked to have the winner, but Lumley able to muscle the ball over, beating both of them on the floor. Hazard chase second gallery. That one just dying out of the neck. Rob absolutely furious with himself for letting that game go. 3-2 now to Hamilton and Lumley.
No strokes. Up.
I think that's the furthest back that Hamilton's dropped in a rally in quite some time. Unfortunate way for that rally to end, but John Lumley does not miss a ball. Had an opening there, perhaps to finish a bit early with the winning gallery, went down the middle, but great defence from the Philadelphian professional. Hamilton furious with missing that shot. Great finish from John Lumley.
They should be changing ends, shouldn't they?
30 all.
1 point to go yet. What an absorbing match.
Moments like this where champions will be made. Again, in the live chat, the Waltonius, great commentary tonight, guys. Balanced, interesting, and not too pants on fire. Well, glad you're enjoying it. Good to have you with us. We've had an absolutely fantastic match so far. How will it end?
Yeah, we've had some great material to work with.
That loses Hazard a yard. Up defending the first gallery, but just couldn't get enough control on it. 4-2 now, 2 games away.
Second gallery. No stress. Oh.
Chris, it's moments like this that I'm expecting, almost hoping to see the Rob Fahey never say die attitude come out when he feels like he's a chance of winning but has a scoreline against him, is when he plays some of his best tennis. And I'm hoping we get to witness that tonight.
Yeah, well, he's got a track record, hasn't he?
No strokes, chase the second gallery.
I remember at the 2022 World Championships in Prested, him fighting to save set point after set point.
In that 8th and 11th set especially.
And Camden looked at him and asked, "Why are you trying?" Just doesn't. The man doesn't give up. Another very deep demi from John.
15 all.
It's looking as if Rob's trying to single out Vaughan here.
30-15.
That's just taking the post on the way through.
That could be your remedy you're looking for. He's just going to have a real working over of Vaughan Hamilton.
So the number 1 seeds coming down the service end, 4 games to 2 down in this 5th and final set of the British Open doubles final. Victory within touching distance for Vaughan and John. What a finish! John Lumley take a bow. On the double-handed backhand, beating Howell in the forehand corner. Chase the door. Hamilton looking to hit through Rob Fahey. Rob for once can't pull off the volley.
40-30.
Points now for 5-2. Rare error from Lumley.
At least you've seen some railroads from Rob now. He normally aims for the central white line.
This is Rob on his railroad we're talking about. One of those fantastic rallies ending in a point for Fahey and Howell. Hamilton just getting caught out mid-rally there with the ball spinning back funny. Back to Juice again, 4-2.
Most unlike Rob, that.
Every single player on court giving it their all. Deep into the fifth set. What a rally. The crowd absolutely loving it. Bad miss from Nikki. Eyes lighting up for that winning gallery. Juice again. Always likes a clean court. very unfortunate to have that ball go up onto the top of the timbre. Feels like Rob Fahey is taking a book out of the Tim Chisholm doubles textbook. Taking a lesson out of it, rather. But 5-2 now to the number 2 seeds.
5 games to 2.
1 game away. Rob is determined to do this all on his own from the last gallery line, but he cannot beat Vaughan Hamilton, who gets the chase. Worse than a yard in the 5-2 game. Come off the underside of the bando. Nick Howell can't quite believe it. Can you believe this, Chris?
Poor old Nicky's looking a bit down on the mouth, isn't he?
In the live chat, James Mallinson says, brilliant, Vaughan.
Here.
No strokes. First chase is worse than a yard.
So, worse than a yard in the 5-2 game. Nicky to receive. Call was leave, but
shot.
It's gone in.
50 love chase better than 5.
Play Vaughan again.
Feathered into the hazard galleries. 15-all.
15-all.
Another great finish from John Lumley, one step closer.
30-15.
That brings up championship points.
2 of them.
Not if Rob has anything to say about it. First championship point saved.
30-40. Oh.
And that's it. Vaughan Hamilton and John Lumley win the British Open doubles, writing their name into the history books. Vaughan with his first ever Open title. Too good in the end for Fahey and Howell. What an absolutely masterful performance we have witnessed tonight. John and Vaughan absolutely cannot believe it. Hugs all around. I can't believe what we've seen. Can you believe it, Chris?
Not really, but I'm just wondering if we're seeing a partnership for the future there.
6-2.
Well, absolutely. I think Vaughan's definitely put his name out there now. He's now forever will be known as an Open winner. And that's not something you can shake lightly. And it's a real bullish sign for his future career. A quick look at the key facts and figures for the match. 3 hours 22 minutes in total. 29 dead-ons between the two pairs. That's a lot of dead-ons hit for a doubles match.
And Vaughan and John had a huge advantage of 3 points overall.
Yeah, not a lot in it, but so it goes.
Yeah.
So, what a performance we have seen tonight. Lumley doing an absolute hero's task at the back of the court, covering just about every ball sent his way. Hamilton at the net, making his interventions be felt too strong for Rob and Nikki. Rob first was in the final of this tournament 10 years before Vaughan was born. He first won it 5 years before Vaughan was born. And he becomes the first person to put their name on an Open doubles title since Nick Howell did it at the Australian Open in 2018. This really could be a changing of the guard moment in real tennis. An excellent new generation of players we've got coming through. Vaughan just one of them, thinking also of Will Flynn, Henry Henman, Max Truman, Bertie Vallett, Ollie Pridmore, all of whom will be sharing the stage in the years to come. But for now, it is Vaughan's night and it is John's night. We're set up for the presentation ceremony. It's been an absolutely cracking British Open this year. Upsets all the way through. 9 matches going against the seeding, the women's draw as well. We have been treated to a fantastic festival of tennis. Presentation ceremony, we've got Richard Compton Burnett, the chair of the T&RA, to give the presentations, aided by Chris Davies, the outgoing CEO. He's done that particular job for 12 or 13 years, so this will be his last prize-giving presentation for a British Open. As all the spectators make their way onto the court for the final. Just about underway. Of course, this event would not have happened without the generous support of
wonderful to watch, some brilliant shot making, fantastic rests, and guys, a tribute to you all. Thank you all for the fantastic entertainment. amazing match. I'd like a special shout out to Vaughan. First time on the big stage. Respect. Well done. Now it's a bit late, so I'm going to rattle through this a bit quicker than otherwise would have been the case. So a few thank yous first, and then we're going to do some various prizes and then the big prizes. So first of all, thank you to our sponsors. Sir John, again, thank you for... You've supported us for so many years. Thank you for your long-term support and your enthusiasm for this game. Thank you. Thank you also to Paul Roger, who also has sponsored us for many years and has supplied some of the prizes for this evening. And a special thank you to Whispering Angel. They are hosting us at a drinks party in the President's Room, to which you were all invited after this ceremony, when you can sample lots of Whispering Angel drink. Yeah. Special thank you to the Queen's Club staff, members and directors. We're very lucky to be able to hold this tournament here, occupying both courts for most of 2 weeks. So we're very grateful to the Queen's Club. And also to Ben Ronaldson, our head coach here, also made all the balls for this tournament, I understand, and looked after the marking roster. And also tonight was our marker. So please come forward for your prize as the marker. Next thank you goes to our tournament director, Alistair Lumsden, who's done this now for 17 years, which is a remarkable effort. Alistair, where are you? Please come forward. Come on. And now our streaming service, Ben Gatenbeek primarily, and Jackie, his partner, done an amazing job. And thank you to all the commentators, it makes a huge difference. I happened to see yesterday, after one on YouTube at the end of one of the matches, he showed some credits. There's a team of people. You've got producers, directors, replay operators, technicians. It's a huge team. It's like a BBC film. There's even analysts. It makes it sound like an investment bank. Anyway, I assume that's the commentators. But thank you, Ben. Looking after your team. Well done. Now stewarding, Jess Garside, looking after the team, especially your mum. Come on, come forward and get a prize, please. Thank you to the T&RA team, Chris, Carolina and Canberra. It's a busy time of the year for you guys, but well done. It was a lot of hard work. It was a great tournament, so thank you. We had some children and young people here this week. We had 120 children from local schools here on Thursday and Friday. And we had a junior day on Sunday where they had a hit before lunch and some lunch, and they met some of the players, got some autographs, had a great day. I know that Carolina and Canberra helped organise all that. Other helpers, I understand, Jess Garside, Jack Joseph, Will Flynn and Sam Legg. Thank you all. Now we have a special award. It's the Grays Junior of the Year Award. And it goes, and Paul Weber as the judge of this one, it goes to Catherine Carney, who's not here. Catherine won the World Under-19 Championship in Tuxedo in August in the singles. I know it was a painful experience. She beat my daughter in the final. However, Lydia and Catherine teamed up in the doubles, and they then won the doubles together. So Catherine's won the singles and the doubles. She's also got her handicap down from about 45 to 30 in the last 12 months. Now she's also right now in Melbourne, Australia, playing lots of tennis down there in the club. So she obviously can't be here, but her parents are here. So Andy and Fiona, you want to come and get the prize, please?
This is very short, unlike the match, but I've got to say, except for being freezing cold, I got very hot watching them. They were terrific foursome, weren't they, tonight? What a wonderful doubles. And it was interesting to see. I have to mention Rob, because he's not quite as old as I am, but not a bad effort. And also, it was so nice to see John playing so well and bringing off a double. So congratulations again. And you probably heard that Nick was the runner-up last night. So we've had a very interesting result, haven't we, where the champions have triumphed. Now, I just want to say one more thing. We got a super chairman here in Richard, and I wouldn't say he's unsung, but we owe you a debt, Richard. And thank you for everything you do. I don't think he's paid either, are you? No, unpaid. Anyway, we're very, very lucky. And I want to say one more thing, which I said last night. What a fabulous thing to have the ladies' championship in parallel with ours. And I think it's going to become even more popular as an event. We had a few girls watching from some of our London schools. And I think next year we will have a serious canvas to see if we can have more girls and boys watching. So there's a challenge, that's the word. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, wonderful players. What a lovely evening.
Right, now time for the big prizes. So our runners-up tonight, Rob and Nikki, not the results you would have wanted. We had a great week though, so thank you so much, and thank you in particular for entertaining us all so much this evening. Well done. Okay, now to our winners, John and Vaughan. Such a fantastic match and well done on an amazing week to you both. So please come forward.
Okay, well, I'm very much so not used to this, so bear with me. This is my first ever Open final, so what an atmosphere. Thank you. I know a lot of thank yous have already been done, but one thank you would be thank you to all of you guys for coming out to support. It's amazing to play in front of a crowd, and that kind of makes it special for all of us, so hats off to all you guys. Thank you. Rob and Nikki, I mean, yeah, awesome to share the court with you two. I've kind of watched you as I've grown up, so yeah, amazing stage to play. And then on to John. Thanks for the opportunity, mate. Much appreciated. Nice to have someone at the back who just doesn't miss. We'll work on this forehand corner, mate, but yeah, thank you to you, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, that brings to an end the coverage of this year's British Open. It has been an absolute pleasure to have had you with us over the course of the tournament. We have been treated with some absolutely fantastic tennis and a new champion in Vaughan Hamilton, and with Lumley doing the singles and doubles duo. From all of us here in the production team, extending my special thanks to all those who have helped bring this production to you, especially Yajan Dave, Sammy Legg, Jacqueline Hugh, Giles Doy, Annika Pekka-Beckham, Oliver Vidana, Faustus Villamus, and all of the commentators and pros who have come along, specifically to Dan Warboys, Giles Doy, Chris Lintott as the commentators, and in the final joined earlier by Chris Ronaldson. Players will be back in action next at the Australian Open. That will take place in early January, but until then, my name has been Ben Gaterbeek, and I will bid you good night.